Good morning and welcome to the Board of Commissioners meeting this 14th day of April. Looks like we're going to have a little bit of weather today, 75 degrees. That's a wonderful thing. It's been pretty tough lately, we'll just say that. Prior to the start of a meeting, we always ask for local clergy to come and lead us in prayer. This morning we have D.D. Bacon here. He is from the Mount Carmel Church of Christ. We're tickled to death. He just happens to be my pastor and also Commissioner Bachelor. So we're glad you're here. The podium's yours.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, in light of Christians' Holy Week this week, I thought it would appropriate to share with you as kind of a part of our prayer proclamation by President Lincoln, March 30th, 1863, part of appointing a day of national humiliation, fasting, and prayer. I think the words then many ways apply to us today. Portion of that proclamation, President Lincoln said, "Whereas it is the duty of nations as well as of men to own their dependence upon the overruling power of God, to confess their sins and transgressions in humble sorrow, yet with assured hope that genuine repentance will lead to mercy and pardon, and to recognize the sublime truth announced by the Holy Scriptures and proven by all history, that those nations only are blessed whose God is the Lord. And as so much as we know that by divine law, nations like individuals are subjected to punishments and chastisements in this world, may we not justly fear that the awful calamity of civil war, which now desolates the land, may be but a punishment inflicted upon us for our presumptuous sins, to the needful end of our national reformation as a whole people. We have been the recipients of the choicest bounties of heaven. We've been preserved these many years in peace and prosperity. We have grown in numbers, wealth, and power as no other nation has ever grown. But we have forgotten God. We've forgotten the gracious hand which preserved us in peace and multiplied and enriched and strengthened us. And we have vainly imagined in the deceitfulness of our hearts that all these blessings were produced by some superior wisdom and virtue of our own. Intoxicated with unbroken success, we have become too self-sufficient to feel the necessity of redeeming and preserving grace, too proud to pray to the God that made us. It behooves us then to humble ourselves before the offended power, to confess our national sins, and to pray for clemency and forgiveness." Words I think are appropriate then, appropriate now. And therefore, I appreciate the opportunity that the commissioners provide for Clermont County for clergy to pray and to acknowledge the truths within this proclamation. Let's pray. Lord, we just thank you for the words of wisdom from our president of the past, Abraham Lincoln. Pray that the words and the truths that he brings out will be reminders to us all, particularly in light of this week, that we are here by your grace, and the service that is offered by these, our county commissioners, is a service first and foremost unto you. Pray that you would bless them with wisdom, humility, and grace. In the name of Jesus, amen.
Amen. And now to officially start our meeting, Commissioner Corcoran, if you'd lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We'll call this meeting to order and we'll go to letter B. Letter B is approval of regular session minutes of April 9th, 2025. Board, I know if you had these minutes early, had an opportunity to review them. Are there any changes and or revisions that need to be made to the minutes? Hearing none, and ask for a motion to approve.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Roll call, Gail.
Commissioner Bachelor?
Yes.
Commissioner Corcoran?
Yes.
Commissioner Painter?
Yes. Next item up is a proclamation for designation of April 18th as Two Lights for Tomorrow National Initiative in Clermont County. Ursula, would you like to come up? Since this is a county proclamation. Proclamation for Two Lights for Tomorrow, April 18th, 2025. Whereas Clermont County recognizes the importance of honoring and commemorating the 250th anniversary of the founding of our nation and reminding our citizens of the vital significance and relevance over founding principles and the ideas that created a unique national entity worth fighting for, and the events of 1775 that began the revolution the year before independence was declared, are significant moments that signaled the creation of a national identity and unity of purpose that transcended traditional graphic, cultural, and societal divides, and individuals and communities all across the colonies came together to support their fellow countrymen. And whereas on the evening of April 18th, 1775, we'll just talk about April 18th, 2025. That would be 250 years that with an impending hostile action from the British Army in Boston, Massachusetts, Paul Revere and William Dawes, along with other alarm riders, undertook a perilous ride to alert everyone in the countryside of the coming danger. And whereas presiding their departure from Boston, a prearranged signal was set in the old North Church steeple to ensure that the message got out and did not solely rely on just one or two alarm riders. Whereas preceding their departure from Boston, that prearranged signal in the old North Church steeple to ensure the message got out. Whereas the two lanterns that were the signal were immortalized in Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's poem, Paul Revere's Ride, as one if by land and two if by sea, and had become an enduring symbol of American vigilance, perseverance, and preparedness of the face of adversity. Whereas those alarm riders and the citizens who answered that call to arms serve and defend their fellow countrymen that night and following day at the battles of Lexington and Concord exemplified the spirit of community and shared responsibility that has defined our nation since its inception. Whereas we are reminded 250 years later that the call for unity and the call to serve each other is no less relevant today than it was then. Whereas a national initiative has been proposed through collaboration from multiple states that two lights be displayed in a public space across this country for all to see, marking that significant anniversary of April 25th, 2025, and the beginning of the 250th anniversary commemorations leading up to the Declaration of Independence on July 4th, 2026. And now, therefore, the Board of Commissioners of Clermont County hereby endorses Two Lights for Tomorrow national initiative and calls on all citizens to unite in the remembrance of their shared history, honoring the sacrifices made by those who fought for our independence, and reminding ourselves of the values we hold dear today. We encourage all government buildings, community centers, public speeches, and all citizens to take part in that symbolic display by predominantly displaying two lights for all of us to see on the night of April 18th, 2025, and reflect on how those lights shining out in the darkness during this vigil symbolically illustrate our ongoing journey as a nation. This proclamation is signed by myself, David Painter, Vice President Bonnie Batchelor, and Member Claire Corcoran, and the Clermont County Commissioners of our county. Ursula, on behalf of the Clermont County Commissioners, I'd like for you to accept this proclamation for our Two Lights Remembrance Ceremony. And if you would take that, I just want to make sure citizens are aware that at our courthouse on the 18th, we will display two lights, two up by sea, and that's how they came. And someone told me could happen that late at night, if you listen, you just might hear a horse run through Batavia on a brick street. So, I've been told that may not happen, but you may still hear it. You never know. So thank you. Thank you for accepting that proclamation. Do you have a couple words you'd like to share with us?
No, it's just a very exciting time. It's the kickoff for America's 250th birthday.
Thank you. And there will be lots of other things that go on. There are all kinds of things that are scheduled throughout this time period all the way up until the point of July. So by all means, take part and understand we didn't get here by chance. Not only did the good Lord look after us, but there were many men and women that placed their lives in harm's way to get to where we are today. So thank you. Next is letter C. It's a presentation by Clermont County Water and Soil and Water Conservation District 2025 Spring Cleanup and the Cleanup Logo Contest winner, Nora Stark. Thank you.
Hello. Good morning and welcome everybody to the 2025 award presentation for the annual Spring Litter Cleanup, and thanks for having us here today. We'd like to start by introducing our guest. I'm Connie with Clermont Soil and Water, John McManus, our director of Clermont Soil and Water, Hannah Luber, she is with the Adams Clermont Solid Waste District. We have Alex Four, she is the sponsor from our program they give all the awards they donate the award money for the logo contest. We have our winner, Nora Stark. She is a 10th grade homeschooled student from Bethel, along with her parents. So, and again, we're here today to honor this year's winner of the design contest. The Spring Litter Cleanup is coordinated by Clermont Soil and Water and the Adams Clermont Solid Waste District each year. We work with various partners throughout Clermont County to coordinate this event. For example, the Park District, the Ohio Department of Natural Resources, OSU, and a number of other communities throughout Clermont County, the Village of Williamsburg, City of Milford, Miami Township, and others. We're always pleased to see so many communities and individuals stepping up each year to protect our local resources. Each year, we see different groups and communities reaching out to take part in the event. We're fortunate in Clermont County to have an abundance of natural resources. For example, Harsha Lake, which is not only a source of drinking water for over half of Clermont County residents, but it's also a valued asset for recreation, our environment, and local economy. So back in 2015, the logo contest was designed for students in kindergarten through 12th grade. And as the years have progressed, we've seen an increase in promotion of litter prevention and awareness because of the logo contest itself. I don't know, you've probably seen it posted all over Facebook and lots of shares and lots of talk about it. The design contest, it's like I said, it's really a boosted awareness and participation in our local schools and organizations as well. So thank you to SOAR for sponsoring the contest again. And the Spring Litter Cleanup is an annual countywide event that has been successful for more than 25 years. The annual community event that calls on volunteers to gather at various sites across Clermont County and the East Fork Little Miami watershed to remove unsightly trash and debris from a local park and streams. And Claire, I think you were out this weekend, so you know all about all of that trash. And like I said, as we work with many partners in our communities and local agencies, and there's a number of diversity of partners, it broadens our reach and allows us to make a big impact in our communities. We're grateful for all the local educators and partners for all that they do. We know how busy everybody is, so it's nice that they take time to support something that is so important as the Spring Litter Cleanup. So like I said, again, Southern Ohio Association of Realtors is the proud supporter of the annual Spring Litter Cleanup, and I'm very excited to have the opportunity to present the prize award today to Nora Stark. So Nora, if you want to come up here. And then SOAR's committed to having a positive influence in the communities they serve, and the Spring Litter Cleanup is truly a positive event that helps to protect local resources, make Clermont County such a unique place to work and live. All students, homeschooled students, we have a big group with a 4-H group that does the litter contest every year, but they're all able to participate in the challenge. And we had over, I think, 120 designs this year, and Nora was selected as number 1 out of all of them. So SOAR also gives us money to donate to their local art department. So Nora has decided to donate the $100 prize money to McCormick Elementary, where her nieces and nephews go to school? Cousins. Okay. Yep.
Nice.
So today we would like to congratulate Nora Stark on again being the overall winner for the Spring Litter Cleanup logo contest. So does anybody have any questions or anything they'd like to add? Well, congratulations again. And if you don't mind, we'll stand up here for a picture with everyone.
Let's go.
Nora, do you have something to say?
You sure you didn't want to give us?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you have to. And you have to. And this was hand drawn, is that correct? Yes. Not done on the computer, hand drawn.
Yes.
That's very important. We're gonna scroll. You want to stand by your dog? Oh, you're okay. Oh, boy. Gotta get that wide shot.
All right. Got it now? And just look here and we'll go in 3, 2, 1. And one more, we'll go in 3, 2, 1.
Got it?
Yep.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Next up, we'll have a presentation by Clermont County Alternative Sentencing Center, CASC, 2024 Annual Report. Morning.
Good morning. Okay, thank you.
So hello, my name is Sarah Baldridge. I'm the Associate Director of Behavioral Health Services with Greater Cincinnati Behavioral Health Services, and I'm here to talk about the CAST program. So I've been over the CAST program since 2019, and I wanted to mention that CAST we're coming up almost on 10 years in the fall for GCB taking over the CAST program. So we have a kind of an anniversary coming up, which is exciting. So just to jump right into an overview of our services, we are a comprehensive behavioral health program. Our substance use disorder treatment services include intensive outpatient groups. Our main curriculum for this is the Thinking for a Change program, where we really focus on cognitive behavioral change. We talk about like criminal thinking, problem solving, social skills. We really target a lot of kind of seemingly basic skills, but we find that it's really helpful and really beneficial for the clients. Our Thinking for a Change groups tend to, when somebody comes into our program, they tend not to be the favorite, but then coming out, the clients, actually on our exit surveys, we have a lot of people saying how much they enjoy the Thinking for a Change curriculum. We also have education and skill development groups. So we have everything from, we do an anger management group, a parenting group. We have a weekly orientation group where we go over and process different things going on the unit, a lot of conflict resolution, things along those lines. We have individual counseling. So every single one of our clients that come into our program receive an hour of individual counseling a week, where we talk about goal planning and really kind of focus in on what's going to go on after a client gets out of CASC. Our case manager also meets with every person that comes into our program. She will meet with people and talk about basic just things going on when somebody gets out of our program. So housing, insurance. We get people connected to insurance right away through our case management. So she works with our benefits specialist. That's something that happens as rapidly as possible. Our case manager also connects people to services in the community and resources in the community as well, especially for when a client gets out. We try to set them up with as many services as possible that the client is interested in. Something else that we have is medication-assisted treatment, psychiatric services, medical services, and nursing. So we have doctors that come into our program are able to meet with our clients and get them started on MAT, medication-assisted treatment medications. Buprenorphine, we have different buprenorphine injections that we offer, as well as Vivitrol. So we are able to set clients up with that. We also have psychiatric services. So our psych provider will come in, meet with our clients, and get them started on medication or continue on medication, depending on what's going on. We have medical service as well. So we, one of our, I'll talk about this a little bit later too, but one of our program enhancements from last year, we have our doctor is now meeting with people for physical health concerns as well. So this has been really, really helpful. We have a lot of, clients that maybe come in or have maybe an acute physical thing happen that they haven't, really followed up on, and our doctor is able to meet with them, check some things out, maybe get started on medication. She also is able to help with any like chronic conditions like diabetes, high blood pressure, able to really kind of take a look at that, do some medication changes, and we're able to observe and see how people are doing and kind of get them on the right track with some of those things as well. And then our nursing services. So we have our nurse in our program. The staff, we utilize her a lot. So she's fantastic. She'll meet with all of our clients as well, and do a lot of triaging, kind of figuring out, okay, here's the client complaint, medical complaint. Do we need to get them in immediately? Do we need to, can we wait a little bit? Do we need to do some observation? So she really helps guide the clinical staff on kind of what to do. And she, like I said, she meets with all of our clients as well. We have employment services. So we have an employment specialist embedded in our program. She does employment readiness groups as well as connects people with our Aspire program. Our Aspire program is our employment program for after a client gets out of CASC. And they help with everything from resume building to connecting with jobs to job coaching once people get jobs, and kind of a lot of things in between as well. We have peer recovery supports. So our peers also come into our program, meet with our clients in a group setting and individually. They are also fantastic. They help kind of support our staff in a lot of different ways and the clients in a lot of different ways. So our peer support workers are also able to follow the client after they leave CASC. So, they have that connection with a peer while they're in our program, and then they're able to help and kind of help walk them out the door into kind of the next aftercare that the client is going to receive. And then we also have community sober supports that come into our program. So AA, NA, Smart Recovery. We also offer those programs as well from community supports that come in. So this is a sample schedule. I know it's kind of small, but the overall thing just I wanted to bring up here was we keep our clients busy. So we have clinical staff on site from 6:30 in the morning to 8:30 at night, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. So we always, we're always working with clients in the group setting, in a formal setting, again, with that one-on-one. And then, when there's things going on, again, like on the unit, if there's somebody's maybe just spoke with a family member and there's something really difficult happening, we have clinical staff on hand that can help process that and work through that with the individual. So again, as you can kind of see, we have our intensive outpatient groups in the morning. We have some of our educational groups in the afternoon. What's not shown on here is when our doctors are here, they're pulling people for appointments. Our counselors are seeing people individually in between, kind of in the free time. Our case manager will see somebody and talk with somebody about basic needs and what somebody's needing when they get out. So that's, we try not to pull people from our groups for some of those like one-on-one services. So some of our program enhancements and highlights from 2024. I already started talking about the medical services. So in 2023, we expanded our medical eligibility. So we kind of reworked just our criteria and our individuals that we're able to support while in the CAST program in terms of medical concerns. So a couple of things we did in 2024 is we created twice a week, we call it our medical huddle. We actually just had one this morning, but where our medical leadership and then our CAST leadership will meet twice a week to go over and talk about not only clients that are currently in our program that are having medical complications or medical concerns, but we also talk about pending assessments. So we do a lot of problem solving in those huddles of, okay, we have a client, these are the conditions, medical conditions we know about. This is the insurance that we're working with. This is where the residency, these are the providers they're already connected to. And we kind of we talk through the whole thing. Okay, I think we can do this with this, issue. We can do this with this. We'll get them in over here. So, walking in the door, when we have a client that, again, has a lot of medical things going on, we're able to kind of hit the ground running to kind of stabilize as much as we can. So that's been really helpful. And then again, with our medical doctor, able to see our clients for physical health concerns has been really helpful too. And part of the purpose of that as well is, they're in CASC. You were able to see, we're able to observe, medication changes. We right away able to say, hey, how are any side effects? How are you feeling? Are you feeling better? Let's take your blood pressure again. We're kind of able to monitor that. And then, with the intention of, we want clients to be able to continue receiving these services when they get out as well. So our doctor at CRC can also see individuals continuing with like the physical health concerns and can be a bridge until we get somebody connected with a primary care in the community. So, a lot of our services in CASC is, we kind of look at it as it's a very intensive program, and it's also a starting point. So we have our clients in CASC, anywhere from 5 days to 90 days. And then if somebody has an OVI charge, they can be in our program up to 120 days. And so we don't have clients for years and years and years. So we try to do everything we can up front with, again, always thinking about, okay, this is working here. How can we continue this as best as possible when a client gets out into the community? Another highlight I wanted to talk about was the individualized treatment that we do. So again, everybody is coming in with a different background, different goals, different environmental situations. So right away, we're individualizing the discharge plan of, okay, what does your housing look like? Are you interested in sober living? What does employment look like? And so we're tailoring our treatment to each individual in that way. And then specifically with our OVI and ITP court dockets. So we do a lot of extra coordination with individuals who are on those specialized court dockets. So for example, our OVI court participants that are in the CAST program, we're doing weekly progress reports. We're the back and forth with probation. We talk to probation a lot over at municipal courthouse. So and that's with all of our clients in CAST, but especially with our OVI court and our ITP court clients. Also, when somebody's in the CAST program, we're able to take those clients to some of these the specialized docket hearings too with these courts. And then the strong coordination with community partners. I think one of the most unique things about the CAST program is the need to work with multiple systems. And I think we are constantly having conversations and constantly improving our just the program and our work by having those conversations and doing that together. So, we're working a lot with municipal probation. So, Jamie and our other staff are talking sometimes multiple times a day about, okay, hey, we have a client. This is the issue. Let's problem solve. Let's figure this out. The best way forward. We also, I think so. Another thing I wanted to mention with that too is review hearings is what we're doing too. So that's something that we've been doing a little bit, but I have a specific case in mind. So in 2024, we had an individual who was having some behavioral issues. And we kind of went through our tiered consequences system. So we were meeting with them, giving them some homework. We had their probation officer come in, talk with them. And we just keep seeing this just disrespectful behavior, disruption in group. We're kind of seeing this escalate. So again, we were talking to probation. Okay, what can we do? We don't want to discharge this person. Like they really need CASC. They really need treatment. Like what can we do? And so one of the things that we decided to do was have a review hearing. So the client was not given a probation violation, but was allowed to go in front of the judge. And then whatever the judge said to this person seemed to work. So the client came back to our program, continued their days, and were able to successfully complete the program. So, that's something that we don't use that all the time, but I think it's just another example of the municipal court judges also like just being willing to kind of, again, come to the table and problem solve with some of these like just difficult cases that we have. Clermont County Commissioners have been a fantastic partner, as well as the Sheriff's Office and Jail Administration. Again, there's not one of these partners that, we need everyone together to do this program because it is, it's like I said, it's a very intensive program and it takes a lot of teamwork. Okay, and then some data from 2024. So we had 309 referrals with an 80% acceptance rate. And then admissions, we had 188 admissions in 2024. The length of stay. I always like to say, I would love if every single person came to CASC for 90 days or 120 days. But I mean, I would also say I'd rather have someone in CASC for 10 days than not at all. And so we are seeing trends where clients are in CASC for a longer period of time. And so that statistic there is 63% of males were in our program for longer than 30 days and 70% of our females. And then our average daily census was very similar compared to last year. So our males were at 17 on average, and our female unit was at 9 on average. And which then the average daily cost of the program was $88.04. In terms of successful completion, so we have 3 ways clients can leave CASC. It's successfully, unsuccessfully, or a neutral discharge. Neutral discharges usually mean something medical is going on and we're not able to safely keep someone in the program. Unsuccessful discharges usually mean somebody has hit either one of our zero tolerance policies, or there's been escalating behavior that there's been no progress. It's just not getting any better. So we had 93% of males successfully complete and 89% of females in 2024. And then just some more outcomes. So another thing we look at is if clients continue to be involved in our treatment at CRC after they get out of CASC. And so 84% of men who have connected to treatment at CRC remained in treatment at 90 days, and 83% of women. Employment services. So we also look at data from employment services. So we had a decent number of clients coming into our program that were already employed. And one thing that we do, we're able to work with our nurse and our doctor to help people get onto FMLA if they have employment, so they can maintain employment for after they get out. So for clients that were unemployed and then referred to Aspire, 87% of those clients obtained employment after CASC. So again, when you kind of take out like the number of clients that are employed, you take out the number of clients who are on disability or aren't interested in finding employment for whatever reason. We have those clients we're referring to Aspire, our employment program for after they get out of CASC. And then our jail reincarceration data, we had 83% of clients who successfully completed in 2023 were not incarcerated again 12 months following. So we had the 17% reincarceration rate. And then therapeutic environment, we had 188 clients in CASC in 2024, and they participated in a total of 9,729 days in our CASC therapeutic environment. And that therapeutic environment is made possible by our direct service staff. So we have a fantastic team of counselors, program aides, employment specialists. We have our case manager, and then we have, our peers come in. We have other counselors come in that are doing different pieces of our groups and things like that with us. We have 2 of our supervisors here, Danielle and Kirsten, who do a fantastic job of guiding our staff to really lead with hope. So again, even if a client is in our program for 10 days or 90 days or 120 days, we are meeting the client where they're at in a non-judgmental, like, hey, let's figure out what your goals are and let's work on them together. So I think our team does a really, really good job of instilling that hope in our clients.
Very nice.
And that's it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Are there any?
Great presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments?
Only one question.
Sure.
It seems like as you've been able to manage down the road here and learn from these experiences, decide what kind of the best curriculum is for dealing with substance use disorder. Every once in a while, something gets added to the quill. There's another era that's placed in there. And one of those eras that's going to come up is going to definitely be the crisis center. Mm-hmm. So I would just ask, how involved are you and how involved is CASC, and anticipating how that interface is going to work. Mm-hmm. Any thoughts?
I mean, I think it's going to be a great resource for us. I think it's a little, I don't have any kind of specifics of how, like, hey, this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to partner. Right. But I think it's going to be a great addition to Clermont County. And I think it's going to be something that we'll certainly be, working with and utilizing. So
Be a
You
great
bet.
bridge between when things go awry,
Mm-hmm.
12 o'clock at night or something.
Yes.
And you guys are tired from all day long.
I say, yep. We have, again, we have staff, the 24/7, 365, we're always kind of have a pulse. The leaders always have a pulse on what's going on. And I mean, I think, there's always room for those, for more resources. So it'll be interesting to see how that works out. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mhm.
you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
Cheers.
No other presentations, Tom?
No, sir.
That's it. We will move to letter D. Letter D is public participation. Is there anyone here today that would like to participate from the public? No? David, you're not coming to the podium? Okay. Prior to moving on from that, I'm going to move up county staff elected official discussions. Is there any county staff elected officials want to speak to the board this morning?
No, but thank you, Judge Little, for coming in with everybody this morning. Appreciate
Judge
it.
Little, thanks for being here.
Thank you.
You bet. Anything from elected officials at this time?
Any updates from EMA? Anything, Pam?
Sure.
Love to.
Board need an update,
Yeah,
Okay.
love to.
Pam?
Pam Haverkos, Clermont County Emergency Management Agency. So I just wanted to give you a quick update on where we're at. So on the Ohio River flooding, we are moving into the recovery phase. So we will continue. So we demobilized our Unified Command Joint EOC operations last Thursday. We will continue to have conference calls to bring all of our partners together as we work through that recovery process. So our primary goal today and early this week is to finish up our damage assessment so that we can submit that on to Ohio Emergency Management Agency to see if we would meet the threshold for an individual assistance type program, either through the state or through FEMA. We also have pushed out information to all of our communities to start the process for collecting the public assistance damage assessment. So what did they incur for emergency response costs? What did they anticipate incurring for debris management? And what is the infrastructure damage total? So roads, bridges, boat ramps, any improved structure, we need to assess how much it will cost to repair. So if we had landslides or slips on roadways, roads that had impacts. So we're working through that. We still are working through donations for the residents to assist with the cleanup. So as of today, the First Baptist Church in New Richmond is still open. Thank you to Wade. He's been integral in getting supplies that have been donated and getting them out, not only to the First Baptist Church in New Richmond, but he's also gotten those supplies out to the River of Life Church so that they could be distributed to our residents in Neville, Moscow, and along those other communities. Financial donations can still be submitted to any First Park National Bank and through Connect Clermont. It just needs to say for disaster relief so that it can go to the right account. And then we'll be working with all of our faith-based nonprofit and social service agencies to start forming a long-term recovery committee based on the need. So we're going to be assessing the individual's needs of the residents and then identifying how do we form a committee and what does that committee look like? What type of services are we providing? We have been working with the solid waste district to make sure that we have dumpsters available as residents are mucking out their properties, that they have a place to go. So we have a flyer that is out there with all the locations where those dumpsters are located, as well as processes for residents if they need to put their normal trash should go out to their normal collection process. But this would be for the flood debris. And again, we continue to try to reassess where we might put them because we have a small community along US 52 that has gets a lot of collection from the Ohio River. So a lot of debris collects there. It's not their debris. It's debris that just collects there. So we're trying to work with that community to see if we can get a dumpster there along US 52. But right now the ground is too saturated for us to put a dumpster there. So we're working through that process. And then we'll continue to work with the local communities and their road and service departments as residents bring things out to the right of way to get it to those dumpster locations. Again, we still have a very uphill battle on submitting all of this documentation, as I have mentioned in the past, for public assistance. We have a threshold for all of the communities, including the county, to get a public assistance, which would cover the debris management cost, emergency response costs, as well as the damage and repair to improved structures. That is almost $1 million, $990 or $989,000 that we would have to get. That would be to get us to that threshold to be eligible. The state has a threshold as well, and it's over $22 million. But again, the state is looking at a comprehensive assessment of all of the storm impacts from March 30th on. So we have the threat of more severe weather this afternoon into this evening. So if we have damage, I would anticipate that that storm damage would also be included in that. On the individual assistance side, again, we have to get to the threshold of having 25 non-insured, major or destroyed properties. We're not near that threshold right now. So getting to that process of getting an individual assistance program does not seem as if it's going to happen, at least with our current totals. And we have sent out to all of our jurisdictions to make sure that we have captured every private residential structure and that we've captured that information. And then we're also working to make sure that we have captured whether or not they have insurance so that we can roll up that data. Again, if we have another event tonight, we'll be doing damage assessment to capture that. So that's where we're at. Keep you informed as more information comes available. As I said, we're going to continue to have recovery coordination calls with all of our recovery partners to talk about that debris management process, to talk about the damage assessment, and to look forward into that long-term recovery process. So one of the things we'll be doing today is we have 4 disaster relief organizations that have been working through the weekend. That's Crossroads Masters of Disasters, American Regulators, which is a local group out of Goshen, Southern Baptist, and Team Rubicon. So we'll be looking for their feedback on what did they, what were they able to accomplish, and what were they hearing from the residents as the unmet needs, so that we can start planning as we move forward.
Pam, just a couple of questions. One of the things you talked about was that 989, almost $1 million threshold that they kind of need to get to with damage. That number is that number put together based on total damage, or is it only damage that's uninsured? And does that come off of the
So
equation?
that threshold is based off of per capita. So it's like a $4 and some total per our population. So what, 209,000 is our population total. So we calculate that out. That threshold will come from, it's not about insurance per se. It's about how much did they incur for emergency response costs. And generally it's going to be relegated to just the overtime and backfill costs. So not their normal, what they would normally be paying out to have on duty. From the debris management side, it would be everything that the solid waste district is incurring to get those roll-off dumpsters in there, what the local road and service departments are doing as it relates to getting debris to these collection locations, the cleaning of the roadways, all of those costs. And then on the improved infrastructure, the county engineer and all the road and service departments should be out assessing the impact it has had on their improved structure. So their roads, their boat ramps, and any other improved structure, what's it going to cost to get it back? Now, we did let all of those partners know in advance of this flood, they should have been out getting, capturing pictures of what it looked like pre-event, because they will have to prove that this happened because of the flood and that this was not something that they identified as a pre-existing issue and it was deferred maintenance. So again, this is where, as we move forward in that process, the public needs to understand we're looking at only damages that occurred from March 30th on.
And most of these damages are really going to be identified by townships, villages, cities, county.
Yeah, town, again, to get to that threshold, it really comes down to roads and bridges, landslides, slips, and what the county engineer identifies as have to improve, what those local municipalities are dealing with on their individual roads. We don't get to count what ODOT is doing. So ODOT's numbers don't roll up into our county numbers. They roll up to the state. So it is only what the villages, townships, and the county incurred. But it is a collective number. It's not any one municipality has to come up with that kind of.
And then the only other question I would have for, is there anything that the county commissioners need to do? Is there anything we need to approve, or are there costs that were incurred that we need to ensure that overtime is covered? Any of those kind of things?
So not at this point. I know at last Wednesday's meeting, you discussed what the solid waste district will be incurring, because they're going to see a significant cost with all of these dumpsters and the collection. I know Hannah has discussed household hazardous waste, that is a cost that we will then have to take to one of these cleanup contractors to dispose of. So it really just depends on how long we leave those dumpsters out, and then what's the cost to haul them off and dispose of them properly. So I know all the local road and service departments have been out trying to use their equipment to smash down as much as we can so we can make sure that these dumpsters are full. And then Hannah and her staff are going out on a daily basis to to identify and assess if they need to be swapped out for the next day. So it does take about a 24-hour period for us to get new dumpsters. Again, trying to remind the public, this is not go clean out your garage day and go dump in these dumpsters. This is solely for those residents that have been impacted by these floods and truly need a place to go. And this is a finite period of time. I think we've originally thrown out there possibly keeping them out for 3 weeks. But again, we're going to continue to assess that. And when we get to that point where it's no longer people just bringing their flood debris, we're going to move them, because those are things that should be going out to through the normal collection process or at the property owner's expense. This is not intended to be someone's dumping grounds.
Exactly.
Yep. So Tom, I would ask on that. I know the last time we had an emergency condition like this, we approved some type of emergency money that Hannah needed. So could you check on that?
Yeah.
And I'll talk to Hannah too.
Because her
Okay.
report would have to go to the Adams Clermont Solid Waste District, and then it'll come through them to us, and then we'll get that information for the commissioners.
Okay.
And I'll talk to Hannah too, because I'm assuming Adams County also has some impact from the high river. So we want to make sure that those expenses are going to the appropriate county so that we're covering those that we incurred here, and what is being handled in Adams County would go to Adams County commissioners.
She
All
should
right.
she should have a report at that next meeting. We'll be
Okay.
She's keeping in contact with me daily, letting me know.
Yeah.
So we're good.
Great. Thank you
Thank
for your
you.
time.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner, since we're
Ma'am.
talking about the flood,
Absolutely.
I'd like to recognize somebody. Wade, you're back there, aren't you hiding? Stand up.
Wait, could you come to the podium?
Come up here.
Do you have a speech prepared or anything?
You don't?
I'm actually late to pick up some more goods.
So at this time, Wade, I would like to recognize you. I had a phone call from one of the chiefs who asked me to publicly make it recognize all of your hard work during this flood. He said they couldn't have done it without your help. You and Pam, I know, worked yourselves to the frazzle, but I wanted to recognize you for your outstanding job representing the Board of Commissioners and your hard work down there. So I'm off the hook now. I can tell him I did what he asked me to do.
He accepted my money then that I paid. It was a pleasure. I know, in my new role up here, one of my responsibilities is to, support the Board of County Commissioners and Mr. Eigel, Mr. Linney, and Jessica Powell, and everybody up here. We've been involved in these things before, so it's, I won't say this, but I've been dealing with it for 30 years. I go all the way back to the 97 situation and then the multiple floods that we had before that. But
Setting up a dog shelter area. Thank you.
Yeah.
Identifying.
you were there.
I saw you climbing. I'm not going to say a word, but
Well,
those lights got up one
they
way or
got-
another, right?
And appreciate that.
Well-
Yeah, wonderful people.
You
Great
should be
job.
recognized for your work, and
Thank you.
I'm honored to be able to do it.
Thank you.
Would want to jump in there. I just got an email from one of the village mayors thanking Wade for all of his time. I know we tend to focus on the jurisdiction with the greatest impact, but Wade has been critical in making sure that our smaller municipalities were not forgotten about and that they had the resources they need to support their residents. So I can't say enough good things, but I'm also hearing it from those village mayors that they
Nice.
greatly appreciate the dedication that Wade has put in to get those supplies out to them and to identify what they might need and listen to their concerns and then bring them back to say, hey, this is what we need so that our staff could continue to solicit donations.
Yeah, and it wasn't always that they got everything they needed, but eventually, with the help of Pam's department and all, we were able to locate this stuff and get it all together. And we had some issues, but you're not concerned with those issues when the overall goal is to help the people out. Okay, I made multiple trips to, for example, a school.
Mhm.
They weren't ready. Couldn't find anything. It was missing. It's gone. It was
School
here
was
this
missing.
morning, but it's gone now. And anyway, it was a pleasure, and I'll continue to support Pam and her efforts.
Great to
in
honor you.
recovery as long as the board wants me to.
And definitely, Pam, before you walk away from that podium, I mean, your dedication and your stick-to-itiveness, I have seen you manage two of these events like this. One was you were carrying your child, and then this time. And I know down in Richmond when we did the press release, I kind of turned around and looked at you, and I thought you were just about asleep. You'd been up a long time. There was no doubt, and you hang in there to where there's just nobody else could hang like that. There's a couple, I could pull out, but great job. I mean, it's all about serving the community, and I can't stress any more than what you do from that EMA. So thank you. In fact, and for that.
Let me just add, Pam is one in a million.
You
She
bet.
doesn't like to take the credit, but I've worked with her through these floods in the years past, and she always does a fantastic job. And Wade, we're very fortunate to have you here at the county. Thank you.
Tornadoes.
It doesn't go good. Great job.
Yeah.
Great job.
I'll work on it.
Thank you.
Thank
Judge.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Anyone else from the county elected official discussions? No?
Nothing further.
Okay, we are going to move on with our consent agenda. Board, a consent agenda has been prepared for you. You've had it early, had time to take a look at it, see if there was anything you wanted to remove from it for further discussion. Anything?
No.
Then I would ask for a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Make the motion.
I'll second.
Then moved and second. Roll call, Gail.
Commissioner Corcoran.
Yes.
Commissioner Batchelor.
Yes.
Commissioner Painter.
Yes, then we're going to move on to letter F, and we're going to go to the non-consent agenda, which starts on page 3 at item number 5. I understand Kennedy Briggs is going to be with us this morning. She's going to talk about that. And before you move, is that an engagement?
It
ring
won't
on
be
your
Kennedy
hand?
Briggs much longer.
Now,
Hold it up, Ken.
the reason I was able to see it was because it was almost as big as your hand.
Shout out, Gabe. Thank you.
So put it up there. We're here. There it is. All right.
All right. Item number.
By the way, congratulations.
Thank you.
Item number 5 is a recommendation to authorize President of the Board, David L. Painter, or in his absence, any other member of the Board of County Commissioners, to execute Amendment number 1 to the professional services agreement between the Board of County Commissioners and Habitat for Humanity of Greater Cincinnati, previously ratified by the Board of County Commissioners on August 7th, 2024, for the Lead Safe Ohio Grant Program, with Amendment number 1 to amend Section 8 timeline located in Exhibit A. So the amended timeline will enable the expenditure of all grant funds with all other terms and conditions of the original professional services agreement remaining in full force in effect. So we're just moving the dates. They set up an aggressive timeline when we first started and really just wanted to extend it to get a few more houses in there, which we have plenty of time. So the timeline is now going to be completion by February of 2026, which is in the grant guidelines. We've completed so far, Habitat's worked on 19 homes with the goal of 25. These are all pre-1978 homes doing some lead-based paint abatements and such. Each home's costing around $26,000 each. So we've mentioned to all the local municipalities as well to look out and spread the word for any more applications. I think we still have room for a few more homes, but we're on track and the program's going really well.
Well, thank you. Board, you've heard the reading of item number 5. Do I have a motion for approval?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Been moved and second. Any further conversation or discussion? Roll call, Gail.
Commissioner Batchelor?
Yes.
Commissioner Corcoran?
Yes.
Commissioner Painter?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 6. Item 6, Chris Davis. Chris, good to see you this morning.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning.
Chris Davis, ISD Director. Number 6 is a recommendation to approve the addition of 1,393 licenses to the enterprise enrollment number 5947243 to support Microsoft Teams phones between the County of Clermont and Microsoft Corporation through the authorized seller Dell Marketing LP out of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, in concert with the Microsoft Enterprise Agreement Program through the state of Ohio, affected for the period 6/1/2025 through 12/31/2025 for a total amount not to exceed $57,544.83 in compliance with the terms and conditions and contingent upon the issuance and receipt of a purchase order. One thing I wanted to clarify here, just so we're all on the same page, Microsoft Teams is our chat video conference. Microsoft Teams Voice or Teams Phones is an actual true telephony. So that would be what an Avaya is. So these licenses are at the max level. As we work through the project I'll talk about next, those could go down. We just have to work through that, consolidate some things with the new phone system that allows us to do that. So I just want to make sure we are all clear there.
Okay. Board, you've heard the reading of item number 6. Do I have a motion for approval?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Been moved and second. Any further conversation or discussion? Chris, I'd only ask one question about that. It's just because I'm not well versed in this particular subject.
Sure.
Obviously, when it comes to cell phones and the use of those phones, it's the data line or the actual voice line that's actually used, and there's a charge for that in Ohio, and that charge is changing.
Mhm.
You know, that's going to go from, it had been 45 cents. They talked about moving down to 25 cents, and now it's going to move back up to 70 cents. Does that have any effect on that at all?
Currently with Avaya it would, but with Microsoft Teams, that becomes a true internet-based phone system. So everything is included in there. I don't think so, but I would have to research that just to make sure. So I'll make
My only comment would be, if it does require research and that would change it, by all means, see Emily and
Oh, for sure.
we'll do a special appropriation for that.
Yeah.
Because nobody really knows where that's going to land. I mean,
Right.
it's been asked for $1, so.
Yeah. I don't think it will, but I'll
Right.
I'll make a note. and
I
I'll let everybody know.
I just thought about that because I was thinking, how many lines are actually used when it comes to computers and phones and all the other devices that there are. So, okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Roll call, Gail.
Commissioner Corcoran?
Yes.
Commissioner Batchelor?
Yes.
Commissioner Painter?
Yes, item number 7.
Item number 7 is a recommendation to authorize David L. Painter, President of the Board of County Commissioners, or in his absence, any other member of the Board of County Commissioners, to execute the professional services scope of work for the implementation and use of Microsoft Teams Voice calling for phone services for Clermont County government offices in compliance with the terms and conditions in the Master Services Agreement, MCSA 0130, between the state of Ohio and Cincinnati Bell in Cincinnati, Ohio, at a rate not to exceed $591,775 for a term of 5 years, effective April 14th, 2025 to April 13th, 2030, and contingent upon the release of the required purchase order. So this is the actual phone system.
Yep.
This is the highest amount that we would spend. We do have some configuration options with Microsoft Teams. You can have your desk phones, you can move to cell phones, headsets. So based upon what our final counts are there, this will only go down, not up, obviously. So, and we have some meetings tomorrow with elected officials and the BCC directors and stuff to discuss those.
Board, you've heard the reading on number 7. Do I have a motion for approval?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
It's been moved in second. Any further conversation? Roll call, go.
Commissioner Batchelor?
Yes.
Commissioner Corcoran?
Yes.
Commissioner Painter?
Yes. Item number 8.
Item number 8 is a recommendation to authorize David L. Painter, President of the Board of County Commissioners, or in his absence, any other member of the Board of County Commissioners, to execute the professional services SOW for the implementation and use of the Microsoft Teams voice calling for phone services for Clermont County Department of Job and Family Services, in compliant with the terms and conditions in the Master Services Agreement MCSA 0003. Between the state of Ohio and Cincinnati Bell, Cincinnati, Ohio, at a rate not to exceed $1,575 per month, and a one-time training fee of $250 effective 4/28/2025 to 4/27/2026, with 2 automatic one-year renewals and contingent upon the release of the required purchase order.
Board, you've heard the reading of item number 8. Do I have a motion for approval?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Then moved in second. Any further conversation or discussion? Roll call, yeah.
Commissioner Corcoran?
Yes.
Commissioner Batchelor?
Yes.
Commissioner Corcoran? Oh, Commissioner Painter?
Well,
Thank you,
that's
Chris.
close. Thanks, Chris. Yes. We are at letter G, which is additions to the agenda. Any additions at this time, Tom?
No, sir.
Okay. Then I would go to letter H, an executive session pursuant to section 121.22G1 of the Ohio Revised Code to consider the employment, dismissal, or discipline of a public employee or more public employees. To have a motion to go into executive session.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Been moved in second. Roll call, Gail.
Commissioner Batchelor?
Yes.
Commissioner Corcoran?
Yes.
Commissioner Painter?
Yes, we will move into executive session. We will return and conduct further business. Thank you. We have returned from executive session. There were no decisions made, no actions taken. Board, prior to moving on with our agenda here, I would ask for a motion to recess our meeting today until 1:30 p.m. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Been moved and second. Roll call, Gail.
Commissioner Corcoran.
Yes.
Commissioner Batchelor.
Yes.
Commissioner Painter.
Yes, we will stand in recess until 1:30 p.m. At such time, we will return and conduct further business. Thank you. We have returned from recess, and we are going to continue with our regular agenda. Our next item on the agenda would be, I would request an executive session pursuant to Section 121.22 G1 of the Ohio Revised Code to consider the employment, dismissal, and/or discipline of a public employee or more public employees. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
I'll make the motion.
A second.
It's been moved and second.
You want to add that to the agenda
Yeah,
first?
to-
Oh,
Yeah, we
yeah,
can. Okay. All righty. We will go back and add the executive session to the agenda. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
Second.
It's been moved and second. Roll call, Gail.
Commissioner Batchelor?
Yes.
Commissioner Corcoran?
Yes.
Commissioner Painter?
Yes, we've added the executive session. And so now I'd request an executive session pursuant to Section 121.22 G1 of the Ohio Revised Code to consider the employment, dismissal, or discipline of a public employee or more public employees. Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
Make the motion.
I'll second.
Been moved and second. Roll call, Gail.
Commissioner Corcoran?
Yes.
Commissioner Batchelor?
Yes.
Commissioner Painter?
Yes, we will move to executive session. We will return and conduct further business. Thank you. We have a return from executive session. There were no decisions made and no actions taken. We will move back to G, additions to the agenda. Tom, any additions to the agenda?
We do. We have a personnel action, community and economic development department.
Board, you've heard the need for a addition to the agenda. It is for community and economic development. It is for county building inspection, and it is a termination request. Do I have a motion to add this to the agenda?
I'll make the motion to add.
I'll second.
It's been moved and second. Roll call, Gail.
Commissioner Batchelor?
Yes.
Commissioner Corcoran?
Yes.
Commissioner Painter?
Yes. Terry? Glad you're here.
I have a personnel action. It's for Donald Craze, County Building Inspector. It's for termination, the end of the unclassified appointment, effective today, April 14th, 2025.
Board, you've heard the reading of the addition on the add-on for county building inspector termination. Do I have a motion for approval?
Make the motion.
I'll second.
It's been moved and second. Any further conversation? Roll call, Gail.
Commissioner Corcoran?
Yes.
Commissioner Batchelor?
Yes.
Commissioner Painter?
Yes. Thanks, Terry. Any more additions, Tom?
Nothing further.
We will move back to item to letter I, or staff and elected official discussions. Any staff or elected official discussions? Hearing none, we will move to J, which is member comments. Board members, any comments?
No comment.
I think it was great to have Pam here today, and, great to hear about Wade and all the efforts that they put into this recent flood, and keep all those people in your prayers. I mean, they are still trying to recover from quite an event. And even though it may look good in one community, each community is impacted differently. So, by all means, I hope the organizations that are down there providing relief continue to and stay with it until it's done.
Well, I'll just add to that again, with everyone that worked down there as hard as they worked, every agency, what a great job they did to get it as far as they did, as quickly as they did. We had some good people doing their.
You bet. Fantastic effort. Anything else? Then I would move to letter K, which is to ask for a motion to adjourn this meeting today.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Been moved and second. Roll call again.
Commissioner Batchelor? Yes. Commissioner Corcoran?
Yes.
Commissioner Painter?
Yes, we are adjourned. Thank you for joining us today on this beautiful day on the 14th of April. We had some great weather, and we're looking forward to some more of that as we go along. Thank you.
Hopefully